I declare the meeting open at 6:03 this evening, and I'd like to welcome back Councillor Marizanne Moore. Welcome back, and you're looking very, very well, should I say. So I've declared the agenda briefing open at 18:03 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wajak Noongar Budja, and I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. And I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us all in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online, with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Item 1, attendances are as per the record. Councillor Phil Bedworth has asked for electronic attendance. Apologies and leave of absence. Councillor Seif has an apology and Councillor Berry has a leave of absence from the 7th of August to the 4th of September. We now go to item 3, deputations. Deputations must relate to a report on the current briefing agenda. A deputation is not to exceed 3 speakers in number, and only those speakers may address the council members. Speakers of a deputation will collectively have a maximum of up to 10 minutes, dependent on the number of deputations received, to address the council members, unless an extension of time is granted. A deputation is to be in the form of a statement, and no debate or discussion on the matter is to occur. Questions from council members relating to the subject matter should be reserved until the administration has presented on the relevant report during the meeting. However, a point of clarification by a council member on a specific statement may be permitted. You will be notified by the ringing of a bell when you have 1 minute remaining of your time, and when your 10 minutes has been reached, the bell will ring for a second time. Public questions are not heard at an agenda briefing meeting and will be heard at an ordinary council meeting. So we have 2 deputation requests that have been received this evening. The first one is for Ms Ingrid Martin about item 4.9. Ms Martin, would you like to take the podium and turn the microphone on? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening all. My name is Ingrid Martin and I'm a resident of Carramar. I'll try and go slowly because I do tend to rush, and with my accent sometimes it's hard to hear. I've been following the warrant of payments reports each month for some months now, and take this opportunity to share my observations to the elected members. There are many payments made to various people and companies at a large cost to the ratepayers. Reviewing the list, I realised how difficult it is to examine and monitor how much is being spent on each category of item. Law firms, consultants, footpaths, mulching, virgin tree maintenance, to mention just a few. As an example, I looked at legal fees in the July agenda. This meant I had to go through many pages of payments and found that 7 legal firms were paid a total of $155,431 in May. The payments are scattered across the report, and the descriptions provided are city legal fees or court fees, are very basic. Approximately 2/3 of these are court fees. One was over $75,000 for one event. The budget for legal given in July's ordinary council meeting as an answer to a question by Ms Karen Gordon was $504,000 for the 26-27 budget. The city has already paid out $155,431.23. Uh, 23 cents. Looking at that as an average cost, because as I said I've done it over a few, each warrant of payment, we are going to overshoot the current budget by October unless we cut back on our litigation. I find that there is a need for better clarity and explanation in the information provided for each payment in the report, as the ability for accountability on some of these payments is vague, but maybe that's intentional. For example, I recently sent questions to administration on items that were in the June agenda warrant of payments, seeking better clarity and chased it up twice before I received a response. The response in some cases avoided the clarity needed by the questions I'd asked. So first question was, it was an amount of $18,049.90, and it was for a leadership development program, which seemed rather large. So I said, who attended, what department, and where did it take place? The answer, the payment was for a 2-day of Modular 3 design, delivery, and evaluation of a leadership development program, attended by 19 staff members, and it took place on site at Civic Centre. No mention of the department or the staff that were involved. The second item that was paid in April, and it was the trustees for the Talus Unit Trust Consultancy Services for various projects of $101,009.43. That was the description. So the question is there an hourly rate, and if so, what is and how many hours were undertaken on each of the 3 areas? If not, what was the measure of the charge? Answer. There were 4 invoices included in this payment, some of which were based on specific deliverables and others on hourly rates, which varied. No rate was given. So we had Wangara transfer station, 3 of the invoices, and there was even one from the Nearabap Resource Recovery Precinct for design. The answers, and that was for $66,404. The answer avoided the cost breakdown and gives no clarity to the community or the council on what we are being charged, and based on the answers we are still paying for the NRRP, even though it's on clearing permit holding and could be rejected by the APA or the EPA. In the May payment, we paid $51,844 to the NBN company for NBN charges to the NRRP, which I thought was a vacant block at the moment. But anyway, the next question was for the Institute of Public Works Registration State Conference 2 attendees, 2,300. I asked who were they and what department do they work in, and the attendees were 2 land development engineers from our development team, so that was sort of answered. Now the next one is very interesting. It was on the 13th of the 4th, 26th. It was a Netherlands Rugby Football Club participation grant. Application approved for 3 members, and the amount was $1,455. My question was, who are the members and who approved this? Answer, it was approved for 3 members to attend within the city's delegated authority. The answer avoids clarity, and doing so, accountability. I researched this and find that Netherlands have a special VIP 500 club membership. The club is where Netherlands local businesses, families, and loyal supporters come and invest in the future of the Netherlands Rugby Club, strengthening programs, players, and Netherlands Rugby Club community. It includes exclusive 500 club merchandise, a vintage rugby jersey, exclusive access to 500 club merchandise and store, 3 invitation-only day function, enjoy food and beverages as a VIP guest, a $50 bar card, and so on and so forth. $500 for a single membership and $950 for a couple membership. If you're a logical thinker, the grant approved by the City of Wanneroo was $1,455. Could be for one $500 membership, plus a couple membership makes it $450, and I guess a $5 charge for processing. So, Netherlands Rugby Union, the actual description on the warrant of payment was Netherlands Rugby Union Football Club participation grant, application approved for 3 members. $1,455. So not a rugby club in Wanneroo, yet paid for by the ratepayers of the city of Wanneroo, and the administration failing to answer who is benefiting from that membership. I call on elected members to request that the warrant of payments have an overall to make it easier for all to see where our money is being spent. Instead of a long list of names, categorise the payments by project or development with a clear explanation of what funds are paying for. I found other questionable expending, but don't have the time to cover those tonight, but they too are interesting. But I can tell you, warrant of payments raise questions and then they need answering. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Martin. Okay, we're unable to respond to that because it's a deputation. We now go to the second deputation of the evening, Mr Kayakob. Mr Kayakob, I understand you wish to speak to item 4.11. Thank you. If you'd take the podium and give us your name. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, councillors, Mr CEO, staff, and welcome back, Councillor Moore. I hope you're well and your family. My deputation this evening is on item 4.11, corrections of the minutes of the annual general meeting of electors held on the 5th of February 26 and the special council meeting held on 9th of February 26. Given that there has been issues with the previous minutes, not in the realm of administration and attendance registers, but with public question time regarding particularly the NRRP, the undisclosed use of AI, and the avoidance of answers to questions presented in good faith. I must say that regardless of my pending confirmed meeting with the CEO, I'm concerned that in the amending only of these two reports to date, the remaining issues from other minutes will remain outstanding. The minutes must contain, the minutes that contained my question 10 from 26th of May 2026, amended by undisclosed AI use, I believe has now been corrected within the documents. But there is no notation as to why. So if the audio-visual recordings are being viewed, there's no direct correlation as to what transpired within the written minutes, i.e. nothing to see here. AI disclosure has never appeared in the documents I've received, and after changing the purpose and intent of my question to treat the date discrepancy as a minor time overlap, change the deliberate intent to a boring paperwork update, and to divert the data was not yet available to the date information was collected. There has been no change in the answer provided following the correction of my question, and I'm concerned due to the importance of the issue. Now, before you tonight is item 4.11, correction of the AGM minutes of the 5th of February 2026. But at PQ 2003-26, which is March of this year, from minutes of the 24th of March 26, page 24, Ms Martin requested the terms and conditions missing from her AGM motion of the 5th of February 2026 be included in the said minutes, and General Counsel answered, the electors' AGM minutes of the 5th of February will be updated to reflect the request. This has not been done, councillors, and this agenda item needs correcting yet again, and I'd like it done before the August OCM, please, so that we don't have to reject these minutes again. If we could have them corrected, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you, Mr Kayakob. We now go to item 4, reports, planning and sustainability. Mr Lay, would you like to take the desk, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, we have two items from Planning and Sustainability this evening. The first relates to the draft Alkimos Foreshore Management Plan, which provides a strategic framework for managing approximately 28 hectares of foreshore reserve and public open space over the next 10 years. The plan balances environmental protection, public access, recreation, coastal resilience, and future community infrastructure, including identification of a location for the future Alkimos Surf Life Saving Club. This evening, we're seeking council support to undertake community consultation, after which the results will be reported back prior to final adoption. The second item seeks council support to progress amendment number 217 to District Planning Scheme number 2, following community consultation. The amendment forms part of the city's broader program of simplifying planning controls by transferring substantially developed areas from structure plans into our district planning scheme, and where appropriate, revoking those structure plans. During our consultation, 4 submissions were received, 3 from government agencies raising no objections, 1 from a landowner which sought to increase a density for their site from R30 to R40 to align with a current subdivision proposal. Administration supports that request, and we've incorporated a minor modification to the amendment. And with that, Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr Lee. Do I have any questions on item 4.1? Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. The report quotes, I'm very happy about this, that it's coming. The report quotes 100 to 250 bays. The concept plan is drawn at 100 plus 4 accord parking bays, with the rest as grass overflow and potential future expansions. What triggers the expansion beyond 100 sealed bays? Who funds it? And is 100 defensible for a regional beach under local government policy 4.21, which requires large capacity car parks?
Mr Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, if I may I just clarify that's in relation to the surf club, the parking that's provided as part of that? Sort of both. What I may do, if I may, Mayor, is to provide an opportunity for Kirsty Davis to provide some information in relation to the surf club. There's probably some more specific information she can provide around the timing and the design that will consider.
Ms Davis.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mayor. The Alkimos Surf Club is due to be tabled at the Strategic Projects Working Group on Monday night, and the concept plan will be coming to Council in September. So I can respond to any of those questions as part of that process, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Any other questions on item 4.1? If there are no other questions on item 4.1, councillors, do I have any questions on item 4.2? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My question is to the Director with regard to the normalisation of the Banksia Grove agreed local structure plan. And it's been a question I've been asking for multiple years, and it does involve more than just the planning department. It also does involve the team that does land purchasing, and that is the lot that is currently zoned on behind the Woolworths store, that is currently zoned for community use. Is this normalisation process going to change that zoning of that site?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, the normalisation doesn't change the zoning. It basically carries the zoning as what's identified in the structure plan into the scheme.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Thank you. Just another question, just for the record purposes. There's a group of residents that wish to rezone along Mornington. Could those residents use this normalisation process for a change from their current R code to something a little bit more useful for that area?
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. The normalisation process isn't really used to look at changing densities or zonings. The normalisation process is fairly administrative in nature, where it's basically lifting the designation out of one plan, a structure plan, and placing that in the scheme. So to your question, I wouldn't think this would necessarily be the appropriate vehicle for those group of residents to pursue a rezoning.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one question from me, and I think I asked it in another normalisation process a couple of meetings back. So if I'm using page 129 as an example, there's a piece of land which I think is Rippons Way, is a green public open space, but in the scheme amendment map 5, that's not replicated there. So are we not carrying over some public open space in the normalisation process, or has that been missed?
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. The long story short is that that piece of public open space is already identified in our scheme for public open space purposes. I do understand, though, on the mapping it may give the impression that it's not being considered, but the idea of it not being shown in any colour on the bottom graphic is really just to highlight what's changing as part of the normalisation. So that one is actually already public open space.
Thank you, Director Lee. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, we now go to assets with Acting Director Mr G. If you'd like to come and take the table and speak to any of your items.
Thank you, Mayor. From assets tonight, we have 2 reports on the agenda. Main agenda items 4.3, which is a tender 26054 for provision of rural slashing services citywide for 3 years. And item 4.4, which is tender 26074 for the provision of mobile watering, planting and maintenance services of trees within streetscapes, parks and arterial roads. I just also note we do have confidential attachments that are related to those reports, and if there's questions regarding the attachments or relate to commercial activities, happy to answer them in a confidential session. I also have with me tonight Amber Croker as our Acting Manager, Parks and Conservation Management. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, councillors, on item 4.3 that don't relate to the confidential? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. Mr Acting Director G, I think one of the questions I wanted to ask, especially about the first item, the slashing, is that service also utilised by our conservation and our rangers for doing the appropriate mitigation on bushfire control?
Mr G. Ms Croker.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. This contract is used by our conservation areas for bushfire mitigation. However, I cannot comment on whether the rangers correct myself. This contract is not used by the rangers for that particular bushfire mitigation piece of work.
Thank you. Any other questions on item 4.3 that don't relate to confidential attachments? If there are no further questions, I now go to item 4.4. Any questions of that item? Yes, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're paying to plant 8,000 trees and water them. If a tree dies, does the contractor lose money or do we just pay to plant another tree?
Mr G.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. We generally plant around 3,000 trees per year. The figure for 8,000 covers the previous year as well, and some other additional activities that go on during that 2-year process, which is what we use for carrying out the watering of those trees to get them established. So that's where the 8,000 figure comes from, and it's about 3,000 a year. And the second part of that question was relating to, my apologies,
It was just if a tree dies, does the contractor lose the money or are we as a city paying to plant another one?
Mr G.
Yep, thank you. For you, Mayor. So generally that's covered by the city unless there is a neglect by the contractor. If it's literally vandalism, which does occur, and other extenuating circumstances, then the city covers it. But if it's neglect on the contractor's behalf, then they need to cover the cost of that.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. A similar sort of line of questioning regarding how we manage the contract with the contractor. Does the city retain data in terms of the number of trees that die following planting? And if so, how is that addressed with the contractor themselves?
Mr G.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor. Yes, we do gather that information, and that's generally discussed through contractor performance meetings that occur with the contractor, so we get an indication of how those trees are progressing. Those reports then indicate whether or not we need to take any additional measures and or rectification works from contractor subject to findings that occur. But those occur throughout those performance meetings with the contractor.
Thank you, Mr G. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor, and I expect the answer will be yes, but has the city over time adjusted the watering level and the level of maintenance and management that new trees will require based on the extreme weather conditions that we are experiencing? Because it's anecdotally provided to councillors often that longer, drier summers are resulting in a decent portion of our new trees planted not surviving their first summer.
Mr G.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yes, there is regular undertakings of requirements for tree watering that does occur throughout a dry summer period, and those approximately 8 months that tree watering occurs. So in general terms, all of the tree planting occurs during the winter season. Then we kick in almost immediately to the watering process. There is provision within the contract to enable us, we've allowed a 15% contingency for some additional activities that may be required during those extreme weather events where we get such a long period without rain, so that we can monitor and tailor the program as required. My understanding is each tree gets the approximately 50 litres of water each time that they get watered.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? If there are no other questions, thank you, Mr G. And we now go to Community and Place. Thank you, Ms Davis. Are there any items you wish to speak to this evening?
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Community in Place does have 2 items on the main agenda tonight. 4.5 is a response to petition, and 4.6, the Alkmos MTB advisory group. And I do have a little bit of context to provide to 4.5, if that's okay. Given that the report has been responded to in the ordinary way that the city does respond to petition reports. However, given there's been a bit of discussion, we thought we would provide a bit of extra context for you. The petition's requesting an activation of Warradale Park floodlights on Friday and Saturday. And whilst the petitioner's requests have largely been addressed and the report recommends no further action, we would like to outline some of the historical information at this location. So 2017-2018, Council's LTFP included funding for the Warradale Passive Park Lighting Project, which sought to deliver eco-lighting along the path network across the 11 hectares of the site. In December 21, council members were advised of several challenges in delivering that project, specifically Aboriginal heritage, environmental constraints and some compliance issues. This ultimately resolved in a motion on notice in front of council in February 2022, when council resolved to redirect the funding to lighting of the Warradale Skate Park. Delivery of the skate park is currently underway and is anticipated for completion in 27-28 and 28-29, together with a playground renewal. Importantly, the Warradale playing fields, sports lighting upgrade is identified in the current LTFP for those upgrades to occur in 28-29. I do note that that is subject to attracting some additional extra funding from the Community Nightlight Program, which is currently under review through state government. Admin considers this to be a planned and responsible pathway to the activation of Warradale Park. That said, should you wish to activate the playing fields sooner than those projects will be in place in the next year and 2 years, there are some things that we believe that you should consider. If the city were to pivot from its current approach to floodlighting activation through booked use and towards routine activation for general rec, it's estimated to result in additional 12,500 hours or an approximate cost of about $100,000 per annum. That's across 50 lit spaces. Further consideration for the increased replacement cost, turf maintenance costs, potential conflict between uses, changes, etc., to the amenity for the surrounding residents would also need to be explored in further detail. In relation to the liability, should an incident occur during recreational use, any claim would be assessed by the city's insurer on a case-by-case basis. For these reasons, admin does not recommend changing the current approach and notes that that planned pathway for activation of the site is as appropriate. Mary, can I've also got Mr. Clem, the lighting guru, with me tonight, should there be any further questions?
Thank you, Ms Davis. Councillors, do I have any questions on item 4.5? Councillor Hugh Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Got a few questions in relation to 4.5, if I may. Just a general question. I've read the report, but I just wanted to confirm that the administration has, I guess, resolved all of the issues with the group that that tabled this petition, and they are generally satisfied with the approach being taken. Can I just confirm that?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen, for your question. Yes, the group are very satisfied and the matter is considered resolved.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Councillor Hugh Nguyen, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just further in relation to Ms Davis's comments about the lighting of the footpath at Warradale. I don't know whether the following question should be addressed to yourself or to the Director of Assets, because I've had previous conversations with him, but I don't think he's here tonight. I might ask the questions anyway, and maybe you know, you might wish to discuss it with him when he gets back. Is the administration aware that the need to light up the footpath in Warradale at Warradale Park is quite urgent?
Ms Davis.
Thank you for your question. And if okay with you, did you want to perhaps ask all of the questions? We can get a record of them tonight. I'd probably suggest that if they're not relative to the petition, that we could provide a response to you through an alternative mechanism.
That's fine.
Okay?
So what I'll do is I'll ask some of the questions, but there are other questions which I've discussed with the Director of Assets already. So I might follow up with an email on top of the questions that I'll be asking now. So my second question is, and this is one that's already been put to the Director of Assets, but I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on this. Given the normally long time frame in which the city installs footpath lighting at not just Warradale, but all of the parks, many of the parks around the city, would the city be open to installing solar footpath lights as have been installed in many, many countries, even undeveloped countries around the world? I have seen them. They work very, very well, and they are extremely cheap to install without having to run underground cabling and all that sort of, I guess, problematic and costly works that needs to be done. Would the city be open to looking at something like that going forward?
Ms Davis.
Thank you for your question. We'll take most of that on notice. I am advised that all new sports floodlighting, and so the new sports floodlighting at Warradale Park, will also include some pedestrian lighting as part of that project.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Councillor Hugh Newen, do you have another question?
My other question is in terms of the skate park, the lighting for the skate park. Where did you say we are at with that?
Ms Davis.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, planned 27, 28 and 28, 29. That's being prioritised and coordinated with the playground renewal as well.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Councillor Hugh Newen.
Just one final question. So in relation to that as well, would the city be open, would the administration be open to consider solar lights being used in that particular location as opposed to the traditional electrified lighting?
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. When we go through the concept design phase of that lighting, we can investigate whether solar is a feasible option as part of that process, and we can let you know of the outcome of that.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Any other questions? If there are no other... Oh, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just several questions from myself. On page 163 in the paragraph after the dot points, it indicates that administration had to contact the group that had a blanket booking on the Oval but was not using it on the nights that they had booked, which is the reason that it was denied to the user group who requested it. Does administration proactively monitor the usage of sports ovals? Because what we hear often is in the community is that we are oversubscribed on bookings, but that does not mean we are oversubscribed on usage.
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe, for your question. And yes, that is the second example this year of us finding out these situations through proactive practices. However, for how that applies, I will pass on to, through yourself, Chair, Mr Clem, to respond.
Thanks, Mayor, and through you. So the way the city administers that process is that we assign a bookings officer to each particular venue, or each bookings officer has multiple venues, so they're in regular contact with the regular hires of each particular space. So the opportunities for communication around booking requirements is through that particular mechanism, but it does rely, I guess, on the clubs sharing information around their fixtures, around their training practices, so that we can update bookings if required. With the volume of clubs that we have and the volume of venues that we do have occasions where things are missed, and so there are bookings that are in the system that aren't necessarily being activated. So sometimes we find those out through other means, as is the case in this situation.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Second question, more in relation to the first page of the report on 162. In terms of recreational lighting as opposed to flood lighting, Mr Clem, is there any, through the chair, is there any kind of research as to if any of the lighting we're installing has dual functionality? So it can be at a higher lux when it's needed to be used for sporting purposes, but it can be operational at a lower level, at a more affordable level, say for instance passive recreation, dog walking, etc. Because particularly during winter months, sunset's very early, people still want to use public open space, but it's a security hazard to do so once the sun has set.
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Yes, and within our sports floodlighting policy, we do capture that when we do new floodlight installations in accordance with the sports floodlighting standards, we also include what we call a recreation light, which is basically an additional light that is halfway up two of the poles if it's a 4-pole installation, and it provides enough ambient light over the sporting space for that passive recreation use. And it is programmed to come on even when the sports floodlighting is not in use.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you. Final question, and I appreciate the additional information that the directors provided about Warradale Skate Park. I can still recollect vividly when former councillor Herridge moved that motion in February 2022. Maybe not through this report, but Mayor, can we please be provided with an update as to the factors that contributed to 5 years of delay? Because the motion was moved in February 2022 and the answer just provided by the director is installation in 27-28. That's a long, long, long time. So it would be useful to know what factors contributed to why that asset hasn't been installed.
Ms Davis.
Oh, thank you for the question. Yes, I did try to unearth some of that information today, and we'll take that on notice, and separate to this report, we'll come back to council members and provide some information for you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question from me, and it was based on a response to Councillor Rowe. There was a statement made by the administration around the, obviously some bookings may be missed in regards to that sort of process. Do we currently have a booking system in place to avoid the manual processing where both bookings and payments can be undertaken? And I suppose a supplementary question to that, do we require clubs to pay at the time of booking, or is it once they've booked, use the space, then we issue an invoice or something and they have to do a group payment or etc.?
Ms Davis.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Wright. Through the Mayor, before I hand over to Mr Clem about how it actually works in practice, the City has just signed on a new provider for a new booking system, and we're currently going through the onboarding of that, that process at the moment. Everyone's very, very excited about the efficiencies that that's going to provide in what's currently a very paper-based case-by-case option. I think just to provide a bit further clarity, what we've experienced recently is not necessarily bookings that are being missed, but rather that they're not being used to the full capacity in which they've been booked. So there is that perception that they are being missed. If that were a facility and it was under a lease or a licence, then we might have a clawback clause where we could actually say, hey, actually we have identified you're not using that. In this instance, the staff were able to actually go and negotiate some alternative arrangements, and they're very few and far between, only 2 this year that we're aware of. But I'll just hand over to Mr Clem through yourself, Mayor.
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Perhaps I'll just finish off in regards to the payment aspect of that particular question. The sporting clubs book on a seasonal basis, so in that regard they're invoiced on a seasonal basis and they're required to pay before the end of the season.
Thank you. Any other questions on item 4.5? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on a good answer, Director, that you gave to Councillor Rowe, and it's with regard to the passive moon lighting, like I took to call it. Is that available for all parks with lighting, or are we only just initiating that now?
The CEO wants a clarification. Was that moon lighting or mood lighting?
It could be both, but I'd like to call it moon lighting.
Ms Davis.
Thank you for that. I have been provided some information to say that we are rolling that specification out on all new sports flood lighting. However, as the technical expert in this space, I would also like to please refer the question.
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Yes, it is part of our current policy. It's only been in our policy, I think, for the last 2 reviews, so it is a reasonably recent addition to our policy, and it is part of all new installations going forward that we install those rec moonlights at sports fields.
Deputy Mayor Miles.
I have to, yes, and thank you for that. I think they should be called moonlighting. What is the time that they are going to be energised and then de-energised? So what time frame are you looking at for those people that do those walks and casual people can't sleep? Are they all night or are they up to a certain time?
Mr Clem.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I will double check it. I believe it's till 10 o'clock at the latest. That's the latest. Typically, we allow sports flood lighting to be on. So if through a booking arrangement. So I believe it is 10 o'clock, but I will check that.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If there are no other questions, we now go to item 4.6, the Alkimos Mountain Bike Trail Advisory Group. Do we have any questions for that item? I'll go to Councillor Rowe first.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I was not here last month when Council decided to remove FACE Committee or FACE Advisory Group. So I was going to ask the administration, given that last month we removed an advisory group and now this one we're creating one, what benefits a council advisory group will be able to achieve that an internal project group would not be able to do?
Ms Davis.
Through the Mayor, thank you for your question. Yes, we're always very, very mindful of utilising council members' time very strategically, and that's exactly what membership on a group like this would do. It would help to elevate the priority of that project through channels that wouldn't be available at an administration level. This report is in response to a request through yourselves to bring it forward. Since that time, the conversation has moved on around the rationalisation of reports. Also, during that time, administration has been catching up with all of the stakeholders to look at, land tenure, environmental constraints, likely approvals, where's everyone's strategic intention and timeframes and things like that. That would still continue. We anticipate that by having council member representation on a group like that, it may help provide some additional weighting to the project in line with the strategic plan.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Any other questions on item 4.6? I'll go down to Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that. Have external stakeholders been approached, and if so, have they shown interest in being a part of a committee?
Ms Davis.
Thank you for your question. Yes, we have been meeting with some external stakeholders. There are some local members of the community, Velo Solutions, and some other key stakeholders. I believe we did send a briefing note out in July that does have a list of those stakeholders. There's also been some state agencies who are active in the trail space as well.
Ms Parker.
Sorry, so just further to that. Thank you. So just further to that, I understand that you've got all of the conversations happening in the background and you have got interest in it, but are those stakeholders interested in actually forming a committee and coming to that committee to discuss what is happening? So that's more my question. Are they actually interested? We're not saying not in the bike track, but in actually forming a committee rather than just continuing the way things are at the moment.
Ms Davis.
Thank you for your question. I'll try and articulate this. From a community member's perspective, meeting with the city to discuss this item is a wonderful opportunity, and they see that that has been happening. So through that process, staff have been able to regulate expectations as well as gather their intelligence as well. From a community member attending a committee versus how they're currently engaging, it's not perceived in that way from a community member, and definitely not at this stage in the project. We did outline in the report that should it become a formal committee, then under the current council policy, it would need to meet on a certain date and time in a certain venue, and we would need to check that with those stakeholders to make sure that was still appropriate.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Bedworth, who's online. Councillor Bedworth. Councillor Bedworth, do you want to ask a question? Have we got sound?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Great. I've got two questions. Tell me how many different working groups we've got for other cycling groups, like BMX tracks, etc., etc.
Miss Davis.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bedworth. I believe the question was how many other trail advisory groups. I don't believe Councillor Bedworth can hear us now. I believe the question was how many other trail advisory groups does the city have? Which is none. No formal.
That sounds a bit like a pulse, but, well, it does. It sounds like a regular pulse. Deputy Mayor Miles.
Thank you, Mayor. To the Director, I note on page 170, the last paragraph of your comment, where it does actually suggest that rather than do it as an advisory group where it's got councillors on board, you are suggesting in there that you could actually have a community and industry stakeholder group where it doesn't necessarily have to have the full remit of a council group. And I think if that needs to progress to that line, it will need to have an amendment. Is that correct?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your question. I believe with the recommendation as it stands currently, either council could choose to vote against it or to move an amendment, and we'll work with you for either or, should that be your recommendation.
I'll come to you next, Councillor Coetzee, but Councillor Bedworth is back online, so we would like to hear what he says. Thank you. Councillor Bedworth.
Failed.
Councillor Bedworth, we'll just go to Councillor Coetzee for the next question, and then we'll come back to you, okay? Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. I would like to foreshadow an amendment for the next meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Bedworth, could you please text your questions to the CEO so that we can ask those questions? That would be good, thank you.
I have Councillor Bedworth's question here. The report says there's no financial implications. So would this be run entirely at no cost to the city?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Bedworth, for your question. Yes, this would just be operational costs for where this project is at this stage, just officer time, which we would do as part of our ordinary business.
Do you have any other questions, councillor Bedworth? Any other questions on this item? I think councillor Wright had a question. Already been asked. Any other questions on this item, councillors? There are no other questions on this item. We now go to corporate strategy and performance. Ms Wollaston, thank you. Good evening, Ms Wollaston. Are there any items on the agenda that you'd like to speak to this evening?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'll just be brief. We have the financial activity statement for the period ending 30th of June. As it is the last financial activity statement for the year, it starts to provide a bit of an indication of how our year-end position is tracking. We also provided an estimate of that during the budget process, just noting that it's draft and subject to the usual end of financial year procedures, so making sure that we've got costs, for example, correctly capitalised or expensed, accrued to the correct financial year, and that we've got our transfers to and from reserves established, etc. So draft view of end of financial year results looking like a $6.5 million deficit. We've also got our warrant of payments. We've got a item 4.8 petition against the proposed 6% rate increase for 2026-27. Just noting that that petition was received at the OCM before the special council meeting to consider the budget, and we did provide the contents of that petition during the at that special council meeting to consider the budget also. And council resolved a couple of additional things in addition to adopting the budget, which were pretty much aligned to the spirit of that petition, but it remains open to council to consider the petition further. And then finally, we've also got an item on the digital strategy. So that was last tabled to the councillors at a concept forum in June. It was prepared by external consultants that we've had working on our digital strategy alongside us, and it was also supplemented by a comprehensive review that our manager, Customer and Information Services, conducted of what other councils in Western Australia are doing in relation to their digital strategies, and also what the success factors have been for growth councils around Australia. It's directional. The direction is around, modernisation, customer connection, but also systems consolidation. You will see in the report that it recommends as a next step that we would conduct an expression of interest in terms of what's available on the market to move forward with that strategy, which would then enable us further to construct a roadmap in support of that strategy.
Thank you, Director Wollaston. Do we have any questions on item 4.7, councillors? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is for page 181, referring to the employee costs. The administration has long noted that one of the reasons for the negative variation was due to the vacancy rate set in the previous financial year. And my question, Mayor, is what vacancy rate has been set for the forthcoming financial year, and is it a more realistic reflection of the city's current recruitment practices?
Director Wollaston.
Yes, absolutely. So last year's budget factored in a vacancy rate of 12%, and we've reduced that to 6%, and we think that that's more prudent and in line with what we may experience.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeking some further clarification, this is the first report that we've actually had a specific reference to the amount of employee costs that are due to the enterprise bargaining agreement that was not signed off on by council. That was done under delegation at 0.15 million. It refers to it being higher than anticipated. Can I ask, how could it have been higher than anticipated when ultimately the percentage increase was known, the level of base salary of the staff was known? So I'm trying to understand how the administration could not project what the overall cost would be to the city. How is there that $0.15 million negative variation?
Director Wollaston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. That's partially because, it is essentially because there was a link to CPI in the enterprise agreement. So I think the link was to March CPI, which was not known until March, and then and that was the basis for which the pay increase to the relevant staff was provided. So CPI came out a little bit above what we forecast in the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Final question, Mayor, page 182, in terms of the utility charges, and this may just be a natural correction as more information came about, but we were tracking fairly well in terms of year-to-date actuals and budget throughout the entirety of the financial year, and then from my reading of the graph, the entire $600,000 negative variation occurred in the final month of the financial year. You can see that they're relatively stable in all months prior to that, and then in that month, the massive variation occurs between the actuals and the budget. The line that is included in Note 7 seems very general to me, so I'd like some more information as to where that $600,000 negative variation managed to pop up from.
Director Wollaston.
Through you, Mayor, absolutely. We can take that on notice. Possibly it was a timing variation as well in that last month of the year, but we can take that on notice and find out more.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any other questions on item 4.7? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question in terms of how a councillor would go about obtaining how much money is earmarked in maintenance budgets for facilities, for city facilities. So I'm noting there's a number of proposed changes to projects due to savings or under budgeting. I'm curious as to how we would go about to obtain information of earmarked maintenance costs for breakdown per city asset or etc.
Director Wollaston.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I think you could do such a thing as ask a question at an agenda briefing for us to look into that for you. We would have to look at how our maintenance budgets are calculated. I'm not sure if we do them on a per asset basis, but we could look into what information we can provide to you on that basis.
Is Acting Director G wanting to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor. I can provide some overall context around maintenance budgets and how they're set for the city. So for our assets such as building, we basically do a zero-based budget each year on each of our service activities, and then that's apportioned to those buildings. So we anticipate what buildings we have, what services we provide in those buildings, and build our budget up from a zero-based to come up with a value what will be required for our maintenance activities throughout a financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. If I could request some information be provided in regards to the Wanneroo Sports and Social Club, that would be great, because obviously I've seen it now come up twice in two separate agenda briefings that we've had savings from current works that have been undertaken there, yet the club still has a lot of issues in regards to mould and wooden floorboard issues and problems with the structural roof. So I'm just curious as to, we have all these savings, but we're not using the maintenance budgets that council has provided, so I'm just wanting to obtain some more information, please.
Mr. Director G or Director Wollaston, will that be taken on notice or?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, we'll take that one on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the financial activity statement, councillors? Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just looking at page 184 and the note 13 under the developer contribution plans revenue, and I'm just hoping for a little bit more clarity around the lower inflow, so timing differences of developer contributions and deferred revenue adjustments. Is that purely because of when we're booked to get the money from developers, or is this a lower inflow due to lack of sales of land? Is there any more clarity you can provide on that one, please?
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I'll take some of that question on notice and just dig into it in a bit more detail, but the reduced inflow of DCP contributions wouldn't necessarily be due to a slowing of the market. We're still seeing at the moment land being titled and created at a high rate, even though there is obviously some discussion going around that will taper off, but we certainly haven't seen it flow through to us at the moment. But to the specifics around why we may be receiving a lower inflow than budgeted at the moment, I'll just take that on notice and see if we can provide some more detail for you.
Thank you. Any other questions on item 4.7? Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. And then just the note below that, note 14 about purchase of property, plant and equipment. And I note that the outflow is lower due to the timing of actual expenditure. And I'm just hoping that we're not really kicking the can down the road, that money is there in presumably the budget that we're in at the moment, and it's quarantined off as a carryover rather than having to spend more money now to prop up last year's or lower last year's deficit.
Director Wollaston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yes, absolutely. So the assets team made an estimate of carry forwards as part of the budget. So I think the amount was $6.6 million. So we absolutely go through that process at the end of financial year and make sure that money is quarantined, it's in reserved, it's put aside. We try to put aside the amount in reserve that we need regardless of when it is spent. So that should be provided for.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item, councillors? If there are no other questions on this item, we go to item 4.8, the petition PTO 1726 against the proposed 6% rate increase for this financial year. Any questions on that? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanting to seek an update from the administration on how the city is progressing with Council's resolution on achieving a balanced net operating position. Is there any update that the administration can provide on savings identified? I know we're not that far in, but obviously surely there's a plan that's been put up in terms of how we're going to curb that.
Director Wollaston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yeah, so there's a few things that we've done. One is that as executive, we've reviewed operating expenditures, commencing with consulting. You'll be aware that through the budget process that officers and councillors worked hard to cut back budgets as much as possible, and so there wasn't a lot in the consulting budgets. We're now looking at asset management budgets in terms of if there are some contracts where we can look at service levels. On the revenue side, I have some good news. So we've looked at our cash balances, and we typically have around $20 million in cash at call, earning 0.25%. We've spoken to our bank and we're now earning 4.05% on that amount of money. So that will net us around $800,000 for this financial year, depending on how the cash rate goes. So that's $800,000 of the $2 million projected deficit.
Any other questions, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. There was a response that was circulated to councillors from a resident CRM, and it's basically, I don't know whether it's the same person that did the petition. There was a $6 million savings and efficiencies from operational budgets and projects that was stated in that, as well as a $38.5 million savings from capital works due to being rephased or deferred. I guess, can we get a breakdown of that $6 million cost that was given around what the city, or what the administration, I should say, decided to cut or not proceed with? We always get questioned this as councillors, and I think because we are at that higher end level, we don't actually, it's very hard for us to answer those types of questions without having the breakdowns of those numbers. So if I could ask that the administration provide something for us in the public agenda would be better, if preferred. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of the general intent of the petition and what I didn't think was present within the report, but I think would be useful context, are we able to get some information around government charges and tariffs that were imposed on the city, particularly from state government, and whether those charges, I'm mainly thinking street lighting tariff, whether they were at or above or below inflation? I just think it would be quite useful to have that context as the charges that the city incurred, whether they were at CPI or higher. Can that be factored into the report or an update provided?
Director Wollaston.
Sure, thank you, and thank you through you, Mayor. I think we've had a similar question previously, and I think the amount factored in was a little bit above CPI, but not hugely, but I'll take it on notice to get you those figures. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe.
Just my other question, Mayor, in terms of the budget amendment which committed to a review of the city's statutory and discretionary services, a similar question. I understand what Councillor Wright said, we're only about a month and a bit into the new financial year. What process is the administration undertaking to do that review? Or when will council likely have a list of those services? Just anticipating that it is something that requires a substantial amount of reflection going into next year's budget cycle. So can we get an update on the process?
Director Williston.
Yes, and thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the first update, I think, was through the Service Review Working Group, where we proposed the process and the scope, and we provided the full list of services to the councillors at that Service Review Working Group. The next step is to go through all of the services and to allocate costs to each of them. We do have a lot of that data already, and we're anticipating being able to bring something back. I think the next Service Review Working Group, I can confirm, is in September, so we should have that stage one that we outlined in that Service Review Working Group paper to you by mid-September, and that will have, along with the cost per service, some other information, baseline information about each of the services. We would then come back a couple of months after that with an assessment and prioritisation of those services against criteria such as community sentiment, feedback, usage. We'll be working through that internally with the exec managers, and then that will provide you with some really good information prior to the end of this calendar year to aid with prioritisation and any further questions you might have about those services, so that we can return to you in February with the report as resolved by council.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is that councillors were elected to the Service Review Working Group in October last year following the elections, and the group did not meet for the first time until July of this year, so it didn't meet, partly due to the meetings policy, which restricts the meeting dates that the city can have meetings and advisory groups on. So my question is, given that council has clearly elevated this issue of financial sustainability through its budget amendment, what commitment is there from the administration that this group will meet far more regularly, given this significance for the community and the council as a whole?
Director Williston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So I'm pretty confident the next one is September, but I can double check on that. And then absolutely, this is the number one priority of officers in supporting that working group over the next 6 months. We think that meeting every 2 months is about the right cadence to provide you with the information in support of that. And then, it may be up to council, say, to consider how you want to utilise that working group going forward, whether in exactly the same format or a different format. I think the exercise will help to inform you in terms of the way forward.
I've just heard from the council that it's the 14th of September. Councillors, any other questions on this item? There are no further questions on this item. We now go to 4.9, the warranted payments to the period 30th of June 2026. Do we have any questions on the warranted payments, councillors? Councillor Rowe.
I would just ask, Mayor, for the questions that were referred to in the deputation by Ms Martin to be addressed, if not in this forum, but subsequently. I thought many valid comments were made, and the question that I'll formulate out of that is, in terms of the format that the warrants of payments are presented in, how much of that is a statutory requirement versus how much does the city have discretion to be able to simplify and present the data in a more digestible form?
Director Williston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So what's statutorily required is essentially, the nature, so how much each payment is for, who it's to, and enough information to sufficiently identify the transaction. So we're currently providing at the moment a little bit above what's statutorily required. I've been quite impressed with the level of detail that we provide here at the City of Wanneroo in terms of describing a large number of transactions, essentially. It's open to council in terms of if you'd like the information presented in any other way. I've also received feedback on our financial activity statement reporting, and just really looking at ways that we can simplify and provide you with data in ways that is meaningful to you in the community. Absolutely open to that.
Thank you. Any other questions on the warrant payments? Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not normally one to prosecute individual items, but one that's kind of perked my curiosity on page 209, which is number 57542, and it speaks of a rates refund in the singular, and it's around $70,000. I'm just wondering if that is for a singular refund or if it's bunched a few together, because it just seems like quite a large amount.
Director Wollaston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I will take that one on notice.
Thank you. Any other questions on the warrants of payments? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. And just the comment, well, a question. I know we've had the question as to how the warrant of payments are presented before, and I remember the reply at that point being that it's by date, because obviously as the funds are paid out, so you've got your second and so on and so on. So if you were to put them together and take them out of the format that they're in now, I'm just concerned as to how much easier that would actually make it. I know that it would be very difficult from an administration point of view, because the warrant of payments are presented as they are paid. So perhaps just a bit of confirmation around that. That was what I was under the impression was the reason why it was presented as it is.
Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Director Wollaston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Look, I can't recall anything in the regulations which say that you have to present them in order of date. You do have to provide the date. I could take that part on notice, but I'm pretty confident that we can sort and order it as we see fit. The question will be, do we have other data fields available in terms of how our payments are tracked in our financial systems that would easily enable us to sort it in another way? So if you wanted it sorted by type in some way, we would have to have each transaction flagged along the line of the dimension that you would like to see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mayor. I suppose just building on Councillor Parker's point, could we look at whether there's a way to break down between capital and operating for transactions? Is that something we capture?
Director Wollaston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Look, I think that there'd be a bunch of stuff that would probably be allocated to individual capital projects, but I would have to take that on notice in terms of whether that's in the right system, in the right place, so that we could easily provide that or not. I can pass over to the Manager of Finance, who might be able to provide some additional information on that.
Thank you, Tian Kutsi. Thank you, Ms. Kutsi.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's just important that we need to take into account that these are actually payments, and it can actually cover more than one accounting period. So the information that you'll glean from capital versus operating won't necessarily give you an answer if you want to consider it versus a budget position. This is purely just payments made, which can be accrued or captured over a couple of months before the payments are made, depending on how it actually goes through the process. So to enable us to give you that breakdown, we can do that, but it will be, from a system perspective, it will be quite problematic to do it because it's different to the actual accounting process. This is just a payment process. So just to keep that in mind, what I also like to mention is that in terms of description, we try to use artificial intelligence and electronic data capturing as much as possible. So depending on the description on the invoice, that will basically be what we record on this warrant of payment summary. So if there's additional information, especially based on the questions that were raised early in this forum, it will be in addition to what is actually captured through the invoice recording process.
Thank you. Any other questions on the warrants of payments? Councillor Wright.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you. Look, as much as I get excited about AI, I get nervous when it comes to a public sector area. And I'm well aware, I'm an operations manager outside of this place, and I do financial reconciliation, and I use tools like Xero, and I put together some of these reports, obviously not warrants of payments. I'm just trying to understand, I guess, in terms of accessibility and formatting, is there an option that we can break down by service unit? Because I know we already do that through credit card for each credit card. And the second point, going back to the AI part of it, from my recollection from previous responses by the council support team and some internal mythical policy that exists on the use of AI within the organisation, I recollect that there was supposed to be a disclosure made in council meeting agendas or minutes. If AI was used, then it should be stated that AI is used. So if that's the case, that AI is being used across the organisation, why aren't reports being disclosed that AI is being used? Which means we're not even following our own internal policy.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wright. If it's possible, I'll take that one on notice. I'd be interested to talk to the team around the application of AI in terms of those descriptors and exactly how it is being applied. And as an example, a team may use AI to check a document for people's names. As you know, in the past, names of elected members, staff members, because of the sheer quantum of data within that list of accounts for payment, sometimes it can sneak through the cracks. So I'd need to have a chat to the team, and we'll provide an answer in that report in terms of the application of AI and also how it corresponds with the city's internal policy.
Mr. Coates, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe I should just clarify when I refer to AI, the system actually, if I can rather use the term optical character recognition, where it searches for specific fields on the invoice and then uses that as descriptor in recording it in the system. So it is not really AI as we refer to it. I shouldn't have used the term. It is optical character recognition. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions on the warrant of payments, councillors? If there are no other questions on the warrant of payments, I go to item 410, which is the digital strategy. Do we have any questions on the digital strategy? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of the financial implications through the Chair, it refers to the fact that the vast majority, if not all of this, is already factored into the city's long-term financial plan. Can I confirm if that specified reserve drawdown is in regard to the installation of new systems, or if you've factored in the ongoing maintenance that will be required for the existing systems that the city does have?
Director Wollaston.
Yep, so as I understand it, so taking it in exactly as you've put it in terms of the maintenance of existing systems, so for example, software subscription costs and support from software vendors, that would be usually budgeted through our operating expenditures and not drawn from reserve. So what's in reserve is purely to upgrade and renew our software, whether it is best of breed or ERP consolidated system as recommended by the strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe.
Building on the sort of last discussion, Mayor, does the strategy outline any new approach to AI, and how does the strategy interact with the city's existing policies? I have a long-standing conversation that I have with General Counsel around liability for when AI is used to formulate advice or a document that is then relied upon for decision making, and that content doesn't go through human verification. So my question is, does the strategy suggest a new approach to the use of AI, and how does it engage with the city's existing policies and risk controls?
Director Wollaston. Ms Evans.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just to provide some reassurance, the corporate AI policy, which is approved and in place, explicitly prohibits the use of AI for any decision making, and it encourages the use of AI for innovation, and that's addressed under the innovation strategic theme underneath the strategy. We see AI as being a significant part of the city's future in terms of automating manual processes, stopping duplication of effort, and improving operational efficiency. So, for example, we have the example at Aquamotion of the early drowning prevention system, which is a fantastic use of AI. We're also trialling at the Wanneroo Waste Transfer Facility an early fire and smoke detection system. So we've got the ability to use AI in a way which is going to be incredible benefit for the city. Our policy provides staff guidelines around using a Copilot is our adopted AI tool for purposes of preparation, early compilation of documents. The policy requires that we are required to state where AI has been used for that purpose, but it must always have human verification of it and validation of data. So that's absolutely critical to it. But I think going forward, we have seen with generative AI just explode exponentially over the last 3 years. I think ChatGPT has only been around for 3 years, like literally. So it is going to be the future, whether we like it or not, but having those guardrails is really critical.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Final question, Mayor. Does the strategy outline any approach, or does the administration have any approach, and this may be more linked to social media, of dealing with automated profiles and or bot accounts and the risks that they pose to misinformation and security threats? The quick example that I'll provide, Mayor, is that mainly targeting state and federal levels of governments and political candidates or members themselves, a swarm of fake profiles created with the sole intent of undermining the message of trust that government organisations are trying to put out and posing significant security threats to elected officials. Does the city have any views on this, either through the strategy itself or its existing approach as to how it's dealing with a increasingly hostile and lawless digital sphere?
Ms Evans.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the city has got a very mature cybersecurity posture. We have got a cybersecurity team that takes this type of risks very seriously. The city is in partnership with the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, where we are active in that space. We also have a lot of other partnerships with other government agencies, particularly the Office of Digital Government through the Premier and Cabinet, and we work very closely with them. We also have very tight cybersecurity controls in place. As elected members, you are designated as very high profile, not only within local government, but within West Australian government and against threat actors. And we take digital identity incredibly important, along elected members, exec, accounts payable staff, payroll staff are probably the most high target within any government agency, and so we have elevated measures around people that we identify in that level. Cybersecurity forms a significant component under our modernised environment, and whilst we have not expressly set out in detail within the strategy itself, those initiatives, within a digital roadmap that is definitely a very high priority theme.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just my question just sort of goes to follow up on people's term of using AI. And understanding what you were saying before about there's some very strict internal policy and rules in regard to that. Would you not agree then that AI is being termed as this broad-based, we've got AI here, going back to what you were saying with the system that we're using at the ARC of the camera system? And whilst that is a camera system, looking at the colour of people and recognising that one, not sure that's exactly AI as people today are recognising it. So do you think the actual determination of the word AI is a bit broad, and maybe we should be saying what it actually is, because every car out there you could say has AI in it today, but I know it's not. It's just a camera for it to help you park. So I'm just wondering whether your policy, I know this is the digital actually needs to just refer to what you are doing in each of the areas, so we don't get people thinking that the city's been taken over by robots.
Ms Evans or Director Wollaston? Yeah, Director Wollaston.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'll make a start and then I'll hand over to the manager as well in terms of city specifics. Certainly the term artificial intelligence has been around for a very long time, whether in science fiction initially or in real life for at least probably 30 years now, and it can cover a broad range of applications through to the sort of technology like optical character recognition, so computers, cameras, putting visual information into computers and processing it and reading it and turning it into, text in actual fonts is a type of artificial intelligence. Solving a chess problem, is a sort of artificial intelligence that's been around for a long time. Large language models are a little bit new on the scene, and a lot of people relate the term AI to those these days. And that's the sort of AI that people are finding a little bit more scary and frightening in terms of those large language models, not just saying things, but potentially are they thinking things? And what does that mean for us as societies and in our institutions in terms of how it's used? I think that our internal AI policy, Alex will be better versed to talk about it than I, but it would cover the range of risks. I think that we shouldn't necessarily change the dictionary definition of artificial intelligence to be clearer with people, but we can certainly consider how we can be clearer with people about what type of AI we're talking about in what context, so that people are clear. I'll hand over to the manager for further information.
Ms Evans.
Thank you, and Mayor, through you. Just to build on that, within our corporate AI policy, we do actually have tables which relate to permitted and prohibited use of AI, which gives some very clear examples of the different types of use cases. We are now starting to see an environment where we can not we as in the city, but as in human beings can move from a world of just using AI for generating, for research or compiling documents and analysing information, to actually building and creating. The rapid rate at which generative AI is growing would mean that it would be incredibly difficult to maintain a definition of all the types of AI. Our cybersecurity team, our policy requires that all requests for use of AI tools must go through our cybersecurity team for a cyber risk assessment, and potentially also through our data team to look at a data security assessment in line with legislation. And then we're maintaining a log of not only those use cases, but also the tools that are in use, and any tools that we deem to be a risk to the city are proactively blocked on our firewall to minimise risk to the city. But every day there'd be hundreds of new AI tools generated, not by the city, but around the world in general.
Thank you. Any other questions on the digital? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. If you indulge me on this, and it will be a question, I guess just while we're on the AI conversation, I'm sure many of us around the room are familiar with AI, and I don't think anybody's not wanting to use it or go there. I guess what I'm probably frustrated and annoyed about, and I'll frame it as a question, was the organisation has embarked on a journey of AI, but they have forgot the governing board behind it. They haven't briefed us on it. They haven't spoken to us around what our risk tolerance is of how far you want to go. We have missed out on a fundamental conversation, and as someone who's operating in that space privately outside, it is conversations that boards are having all over the country, yet our group has not had that conversation. So I think that's the frustrating part, is the organisation has been proactive, which is great, but they have left the governing board behind, and we are now dealing with strategic issues of risk tolerance, and financial implications if things don't go right. That's the frustrating part. It would have been nice for a workshop to be organised for council members. Would have been, I know we don't get organisational policies, but I would think something of this nature should at least be walked through with council to understand how the city is using it, particularly when it comes across our desks. Now, it might not come across in here, but it might have been used to form the budget. It might have been used to form the capital works project. So I'm just wanting some, I guess, commitment from administration. Now that AI has been brought up a number of times for the past 6 or 7 meetings, can administration commit to having either a workshop or a simple 15-minute briefing conversation with council members, going through what this internal mythical policy is, and actually taking us on the journey of how the organisation is deciding to adopt AI?
Mr Parker, Mr CEO.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wright. We'll certainly raise that at settlement tomorrow as a question that you've posed. Have a discussion and see what the most appropriate mechanism would be to brief elected members to bring up to speed with the city's current approach.
Ms Evans, do you have something to add to that as well? It's just your light's on. I was wondering if you wanted to speak to it.
My apologies. Thank you, Mayor, through you. Yes, we do actually have a concept forum that we're trying to lock in for either November or December, noting that we have had questions from councillors regarding their own use of AI to help to assist them in their roles. And we'll be having questions about the type of guidelines that we may need to provide for the elected members to be able to support them in their roles, and whether there's merit in having a separate policy or guidelines, but also providing some training and guidance around what sort of guardrails and risks that you need to be aware of in your roles when you're using AI, which will vary probably quite significantly from an officer in the city that's dealing with different types of data, for example. Thank you.
Can I say that from what I get from Councillor Wright, yes, we're happy to have the help with it in our organisation, but what he is talking about is the overarching organisation strategy, looking at it, and that council needs to be informed about that as well. And is that correct, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I understand that there's obviously a difference between making executive decisions and getting involved in operations, but it's just even running it past us what the city's proposing to do, because I think the first time we found out about it was during question time, which quite frankly for a councillor is embarrassing, and I think we need to be across that information rather than being reactive as a group. So we're not asking to be involved in the process. It's just a matter of courtesy that, hey, look, this is what we're planning to do as an organisation, and obviously there may be some implications or working issues that we have to go through, but I just feel like that whole piece has been missed with the group, and I just feel like that's probably something. It's great that the staff and the organisation's embraced AI and they're using it, which is fantastic, and it's great from a productivity perspective, but just from a board perspective, we've sort of missed this whole realm of actually having a conversation around strategic risks. So, but yeah, I concur with what you've said there.
Thank you. Any other questions on the digital item? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just going back on what you had mentioned about the November meeting that we would have explaining the AI and along with what Councillor Wright has said, are we able to bring that forward from November to a sooner date, just so that we don't start going into more of a reactive mode?
Mr CEO.
Thanks, Councillor Moore, for your question. So, what we'll do is at lunchtime on Wednesday, immediately after these briefing sessions, we sit down and go through the night before, and the question I'll pose to the executive team is how quickly can we get something on the agenda? I do believe that it's time critical, and I do want the elected members to sort of come on the journey and understand that the ICT team has done a lot of work in terms of putting together the policy. I apologise if the councillors feel as though they haven't been on that journey, and the best thing we can do is show you the approach that we've taken. I guess the city's position at the time is that AI crept up on all of us pretty quickly, and our biggest concern was that people in the office were potentially having access to a range of different models, uploading corporate documents into a range of different areas that weren't protected and sanctioned. So Alex and her team did a fair bit of work. And it really hasn't been in place for a long time, Alex. Like I need to have a look at the time frame. But we'll have that conversation tomorrow. We'll lock something with the elected members. We'll have a think about the best forum to do it and prioritise it and get it on board as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
So I did have one more question on the actual strategy now, sorry. It was following on from Councillor Rowe's question around what are the actual net costs of moving away from a best of breed. So I don't think I quite got the answer. So obviously we budget for all existing operational costs for all our current systems. I'm wanting to know what that is minus the cost of the new system. So how much is the actual net impact to the city? So you've obviously quoted $30 to $60 million. With our current systems that we have, that obviously adds up to an amount. I'm wanting to know what the actual net impact is. Are we having to pay another, $5 million more for a bunch of one new brand new system when it's actually not going to be as big of an impact as what we think it's going to be? So I'm just wanting to get that a bit more fleshed out in the report. Thank you.
Director Wollaston.
Sure, and I think that what will be really helpful is that there'll probably likely be a bit more of a business case phase around this as well. The $30 to $60 million estimate is quite conservative, and it doesn't take into account things like if we continued on the current strategy, got all these individual systems that we'd be looking to upgrade and replace, that would cost money. So that's a little bit of a how long is a piece of string question in terms of how much we would spend on that if we didn't go down this path. But one thing that we can expect to see is duplicated licensing costs for a period, because you start to pay for the licensing costs of a new system as soon as you start to kind of implement it, and you can't stop paying for the old systems until you've transitioned everything over and you can safely decommission them. You also do need resources, a project team, but you would for upgrading the existing systems we have in the current strategy anyway. So I hope that helps to give you some information to consider.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miles and then Councillor Figg.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question, Mayor, to Director Wollaston. Does the finance team or the IT team from time to time review the cost of cloud-based services to bring them in-house? So I know some companies are always reviewing that because cloud-based services are getting exponentially more expensive because once they've grabbed you, they know you may not return to having some land-based systems. So do we review that from time to time?
Director Wollaston.
So thank you, and through you, Mayor, and I'll throw to the manager in case she has anything further as well. But when we procure systems and review our systems, we'd always undertake a competitive procurement process and review, and that would include, whether a system is subscription-based, so in the cloud or on-premise would be part of that. There are other advantages to having, online services. Essentially, they're accessible anywhere, anytime, whereas on-prem comes with a bit more internal maintenance costs as well. But I'll throw to the manager in case she has anything extra on that one as well.
Ms Evans.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. It's just in addition with that, I think it's probably been a good 6 or 7 years since I've been through a procurement evaluation process where there was an option for an on-premise system. I think the software world has moved largely to all in the cloud, so SaaS solutions. It would be very rare to find one that offered on-premise. There's a significant running cost and risk associated with operating on-premise systems. It means we have to maintain significant server rooms, significant air conditioning, environmental monitoring, UPS expense, and have staff that are qualified to actually maintain and look after that. There's quite a significant cost saving as well with not having to conduct all the maintenance. The city doesn't have a database administrator, so being able to essentially outsource that function to a cloud provider as such, there's significant savings there. And the cost of outsourcing software to a cloud solution is a very different scenario, for example, to outsourcing an IT function like a service desk or an IT support function. That's completely different. I don't believe there'd be any value in us reconsidering on-premise at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just looking at the financial implications on page 316, just kind of along the same lines as a couple of previous questions around the indicative costs, and obviously comparing them, I guess, over whether it's the life of the strategy itself or the proposed 10-year sort of time frame of the transition to understand net costs. So just want to kind of back that in to the director as something that would be very handy to have as a council. With that said, I'm just going to zero in a bit on the implementation costs, including resourcing, understanding that we have software licensing is a pretty major cost, and understandably so. But the resourcing and implementation seems to be likely to be more expensive than the actual licensing costs. Is there any, I guess, clarity you could provide around that, and whether that can also be included in any business plan at that time?
Director Wollaston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. And I'll start, and I'll once again hand over to the manager for further information. She's done a comprehensive survey of councils that have been through this journey and understanding those costs. So the question around implementation cost, partially it is around the vendor support through that period, and they do provide extensive support for us to configure the system to our needs. We also typically need to provide business analysis support and also subject matter expertise from internal teams. So there's internal resourcing that we need to provide of a project of that nature. And one of the other major costs is data migration. So you can imagine we have a lot of records of customers, their names, addresses, their rates records, any other kind of records we have that we need to migrate to a new system. That is quite an expensive piece of any systems implementation. In fact, it is a major barrier to, especially in larger organisations, to systems implementation because it can be so expensive. But also, considering what kind of quality assurance that we would want on that project as well. And there are other delivery mechanisms, so all sorts of things to consider, like, do we do the project primarily in-house, or do we get some support from a systems implementation provider? So those are the sorts of costs that we would typically be incurred in a systems implementation project. But we're fairly confident based on the survey we've done of other councils. I myself have been at one of those councils recently to understand those costs and where they come from in terms of the rough magnitude that we've estimated there. But I'll pass to the manager also for any further information.
Ms Evans.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I have engaged with 18 of the largest local governments around around Australia, but with the addition of a couple of the local governments within West Australia. All of these local governments have gone through a transformation program, so implemented largely ERP systems, because that is the predominant system strategy of choice for the largest local governments in Australia. The costing was based both from the implementation and resource costing was based on their feedback and the size of their team, and I've taken that into consideration for the likely requirement for City of Wanneroo, knowing our environment. And we've likewise for the software licensing, and the integration costs was also based on feedback from other local governments, but also projected over the number of years we expect that body of work to be undertaken. And it will be difficult to estimate with total accuracy until we begin the process, because as Director Williston has described, there are so many moving parts to this and things that we need to consider about how much we want to do in-house and where we need that expertise or benefit from bringing the expertise in.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the response. It gives a bit of context to the different aspects of the project, and understanding that this has been to at least a couple of forums since. I know that this is a pretty conservative figure in my mind, but hopefully we can keep to it in some ways. I do note that obviously these costs and I guess the program would be expected to occur over the course of about 10 years, presumably because a mixture of the time it takes just to do it, plus also the timing of our subscriptions probably petering out over that course as well. But I also note that our strategy is for 5 years. Is there any merit in extending it to a 10-year strategy, or is 5 years a deliberate choice?
Director Williston.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Technology is one of those things that always moves pretty fast, so I'd say you'd probably be behind the times if you weren't reviewing your IT strategy every 5 years, if not more frequently. The other thing I would say is that, with this particular strategy and, the estimated cost, it also depends on scope. So it depends on what we decide to put in the strategy or not. But whatever we leave outside of the strategy, we're likely to have other systems that we're going to need to deal with that will cost money anyway. So just bearing in that mind when we talk about the costs as well. So which types of functions we move over. So, for example, rates, payroll, finance, customer relationship management, property and building applications, asset management are just some examples of the sorts of things that you would typically put in scope of a project. But, you can have, there are some councils in WA that have moved almost everything to an ERP and others that have moved, maybe 30 to 50%. That's the sort of thing that we're also going to need to consider in more detail.
Thank you. Any other questions about the digital strategy? If there are no other questions about the digital strategy, I'm going to propose that we have a 10-minute break before we go on to the Chief Executive Officer, because we're 5 to 8, so I expect you to be back at 8:05. Thank you. And we resume this meeting. Oh, we are going in circles at 8:06 p.m. We now go to the to Legal and Governance, which sits under the Chief Executive Officer, Bill Parker. This is really hard to speak when you've got the... but it's not stopping. Ms Coles, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So we've got two items on the agenda tonight. Both items can be taken as read. Just to mention, for the first item, 411, we will take on board the deputation that was received tonight from Mr Keocob, and I'll ask the team to have a look into the information that he provided as part of his deputation. But happy to take questions.
Okay. Any questions on item 411? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to include the minutes as an attachment to the report, just because it's referring to changes and corrections that have been made, but then obviously the document, we'd have to find it elsewhere, either on the city's website or the hub. So to have it as an attachment to the report, given it's referring to the changes.
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rowe. Yes, we can definitely make sure that they are attached to the report.
Any other questions on item 411? If there are no questions on item 411, consideration of public inspection of confidential report. Any questions on that? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I did foreshadow this question to the administration, but I'll ask it on the record. Noting that the recommendation only recommends that the minutes be available for public inspection, could I clarify whether the administration can publish it on the website as an additional attachment or as an addendum to the actual minutes?
Ms Iliff.
Through the Chair, if Council approves the release of the confidential attachment, it will form part of the minutes for the meeting.
Thank you. Any questions on this item? Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. This one just goes to the to some content which I won't speak to specifically, but it does mention the staff member's name in the top of the document as in our attachment. Will that be removed from the actual report when it's if and when it's released?
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I did notice that when I was literally sat up there having a look, so I'll definitely make sure that that's removed.
Thank you. Any other comments on item 4.12? There are no comments on item 4.12. Item 5, we have a motion on notice that's coming from Councillor Miles at the Ordinary Council meeting. Item 6, we now go to late reports. Item 6.1. And it's the 2025-2026 Q4 Corporate Performance Report. Would any of the directors like to speak to this, or the CEO?
Thank you, Mayor. I can talk to this one. This was a report that was presented at the CEO Performance Review Committee, I think it was last week, and has been brought forward to this particular forum. I think councillors will agree that the process of putting it through that particular mechanism brings it here in quite a timely fashion, given the financial year is really only just concluded. Happy to take any questions. Performance across the year, as you can read in the report, was very good. Capital Works program exceeded over 90%, and I can see Mr Nicholson there with a big smile on his face, did exceptionally well again this year. Council plan again, over 92% of the initiatives undertaken. So administratively, we thought it was a fantastic year and sets a very high bar, and we're hoping to maintain those standards into the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Any questions on this item? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Page 10 of the supplementary agenda, which is, I think, page 6, the list of deferred projects. Can I ask the city, in terms of the CRM system, given the sort of priority status that's been attached to it and how often it's mentioned by elected members and community alike. The update says that following the consideration of the digital strategy in August, that will enable the next amount of progress. So if the digital strategy is endorsed in 2 weeks' time, how does administration see that roadmap of prioritising this CRM system, given how significant it is to the organisation?
Mr Parker.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rowe. If you recall, when Council set my KPIs for the forthcoming year, we did talk about obviously going through a robust procurement process. That was one of the KPIs of which the CRM project would be one of those. But a part of that process as well, some questions were asked around, well, are we doing anything in that space? And there's a lot that we are doing within the CRM space, and we're not just letting it lie and basically making it a redundant system and then replacing it with something new. So we obviously are looking to implement the Citizen Central portal, which will make it a lot easier for our customers to log in under our existing system. So there's a whole range of upgrades. As a part of that CEO KPI, there was a requirement for the administration to provide you with regular updates in terms of how that CRM project is progressing, in terms of the current modules being upgraded and updated, and then obviously the broader package as part of potentially a new consolidated suite of software for the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Yeah, just thank you. Just to follow up on that from Councillor Rowe, Mayor, so as part of that, I guess, urgent work that we requested, does that include the finalisation of Snap, Send and Solve?
Mr CEO. Yes, it does.
The Mayor answered that question because she asked that question yesterday, I think it was, and has obviously had a response. So Snap, Send, Solve is well progressed, is imminent, so we'll be providing some information to elected members once that goes live. And then I guess more immediately and following on from there, the existing CRM system that we've got is due for quite a significant upgrade and the introduction of Citizen Portal. So that's happening anyway, and we'll continue to provide those updates before obviously the broader consolidated system is confirmed and procured and implemented.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If there are no other questions on the Quarter 4 report, do we have any questions on item 6.2, the appointment of the interim Division 3 Complaints Administrator? No questions on that. We now go to item 6.3, the construction of the Kingsway Rugby Pavilion Stage 1. Any questions on that, councillors? There are no questions on that. We now go to review of wards presentation. That is to be tabled after, Mr CEO wants to speak to that.
Just as obviously we've had a session with elected members. We will be sending out quite a comprehensive email tomorrow morning, just as a bit of an update on that particular item. It's still our proposal at this stage to bring it to the August ordinary council meeting. We are looking at potentially having another concept forum to provide a bit more information next week, adding this particular item, but there will be a comprehensive email circulated to councillors tomorrow, and we'll see how we go for the OCM at the end of August.
Item 6.5, the tender for the construction of civil and servicing infrastructure for lot 9100 Mather Drive, Neerabup Industrial Area. That is to be tabled. And now, if the agenda briefing can now move into a confidential session to discuss item 7.1 under the terms of the Local Government Act 1995, section 5.232. So we'll wait until we're confidentially sealed and we will move on to that item. Thank you. It's fine. I declare the chamber's doors open. Item 8 of the agenda, the date of the next meeting, ordinary council meeting, has been scheduled for 6 p.m. on Tuesday the 25th of August 2026 to be held at Council Chamber, Level 1 Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road, Wanneroo. Item 9, closure. Thank you everyone for attending this evening, and I now declare the agenda briefing closed at 8:49 p.m.